G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Timberborn. And today, unlike last week, I am upping the difficulty because I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun to see just how far we can push this. So what I'm going to do, there's a mod that I've got enabled which allows me to change the difficulty during the game. And my thoughts were that I would up the drought duration to a maximum of 50 days, but also a minimum of 10 days. So it could, with a little bit of lucky RNG, go the right way. I was thinking maybe I should do 40 days first and then do it, but I'm just going to go for it. Going 10, and for the bad tides, 50 as well. So basically, I have the remainder of this drought and the next temperate cycle to save as much water as I possibly can. So we will see how this goes. Have I killed my colony in one go? Maybe. It could happen. It could. I'm hopeful that I'm in a good spot to do this, and if we get through this, what I was thinking would be kind of cool is to figure out a way to make like an ultra hard mode that with the scaling and things like that to try and get a balance where you can actually have some stupidly high level of drought. But what this means is I need to massively prioritize the stuff that's going to get me drinking water, and probably massively prioritize having drinking water storage. And I may have to go back on my plans, and instead of having all of my land irrigated by open top water, I might have to have a fluid drain and actually irrigate some food to get through a drought that long. It might actually be necessary. I can see that being a thing. Holy cow, Piocheron? What the? 50. 50. What the? Thank you so much. I admire your tutorials a lot, and I hope I can show you someday my rover carrier land visitor ship. And how I transport my glazed roof trucks. So I learned a lot about space engineers from your tutorials. I know you enjoy rovers a lot, and I'll be honored to lend you my whole fleet. Oh, geez, you renamed and prefixed every little block. That is something I never do. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. So, plans for not dying. I may need to... I'm thinking somewhere like down here would be the right spot to irrigate, because I can irrigate a large area around it, or even make a little spot here and have a this is my emergency farm spot. Somewhere that's nice and big and open. Up here, the trouble that I have is the way that I've arranged the trees is the trees actually occupy most of this. Of course, there is the issue, now that I say that out loud, that a drought lasting that long will kill off my pine and my maple. And my chestnut, so maybe I do need one here. Maybe if I change that to maple syrup and we empty this one. So then I can demo that and I can make my little spot here, which should hopefully irrigate a lot of that around there. I don't know. Or maybe I could make it there and make one here against the dam. Which that could work quite well. Yeah. But what I really want to do is get this spot done so I can get these pumps in. Oh no, there's so much. There's so much. This is gonna be tricky. I don't know where to focus my energies most. What have I actually got going on? So we've got all of this over here with the bad water. Got this about to be ready to collect some water in here, but this water's not actually gonna be all that useful to me for a while. So I'm going to lower the priority on this. So we don't need those done for a long while yet. Anything up here that's getting built? No. I do like my slowly growing flying zip lines. Are you welcome, Volk? And hey, Jack. How's it going? Good timing for you to be in chat when you get a sub. That's still filling. Alright, let's just prep a little thing here now. So I don't know exactly how to make these things work, but how does a fluid dump work? Okay, like that. Sure. Set that up. It's going to be on pause. Wait, no, it's going to be... Does that pause the construction? I think that pauses the construction, doesn't it? Workplace can be super low priority, then it probably won't. Oh, nice. Celebrating Tabby's birthday. Nice one, mate. Hope you guys had a nice time. Yeah, I know fluid dumps are quite beaver intensive, but I think what I need is to actually further increase my water storage as well in storages that don't evaporate if I'm potentially going to have a 50 day drought. I think I'm going to need to get lucky with the first drought or bad tide and hope that it's, you know, somewhere in the just the low 30s. But if it's upwards of 40, it's going to be really difficult. Has anyone tried the Beaver Buddies multiplayer mod? There's a multiplayer mod for this? Water sprayer might be better. Is that's not a thing? Isn't the water sprayer a thing for keeping your beavers wet rather than actually wetting the ground? Thank you, Thanos. Thank you for 31 months. Thank you, Shadowstar, and Falk for the Prime subs, and Cereman for the Prime sub, and Neo for the Prime sub, and Jaquito Seal, thank you for 26 months. Have your plans regarding claiming the river changed? Delayed. I think the reason I wanted to up the difficulty was to kind of laser focus what I was doing next. Because what I'd been doing last week, for those who didn't see it, was I was building this gigantic causeway or aqueduct where I was going to be pumping water from this into this, over here, and then into my top reservoir. That was going to keep my fields watered during a drought or during a long bad tide. The problem with that was that I would have ended up in a situation where this is going to take so long to build that I'm not going to get any of those benefits for a number of seasons. And while that was being done, I was also trying to set up this one so that I could pump from this lower reservoir into this top one. And that just really got a bit much to do all at once. I'm also realizing that, hang on a sec, none of this lower stuff's being built because I think I demolished the stairs. So I need new stairs down. Think can probably get rid of this one. I can make it... I can do something fun with the stairs. So we go with... Stair down. Oh, hang on, let's put the pump in the way so I'm not blocking where my pump's going to go to. Because that's going to sit there. Which means I should be able to put that there. Get curvy stairs down there, I think. Yeah. Then we go like this. And realize immediately that I didn't need to demolish the one that I demolished because it would have let me place the stairs there anyway, and I'm an idiot. Good job. Good job. Why am I like this? There's no beaver ladder, no. Good job, Slitsy. Thanks. Thanks for that. Okay, so we'll get that prioritized. These are priority. These are priority. And that's gonna... That can just be normal for now. Because there's no point building that until I've got some large wind turbines and some batteries up here. So I think my plan had been to go with batteries along the side here. Because then they go down deep into the reservoir. If I'm going to do that, let's go another vertical power shaft. Oh, I did a regular shaft on top? Silly. That's not what I want. Should be doing something like this. Then I can't put the... Yeah, that's how I should be doing this. Raising that up, giving myself yet another block. Put power shaft on there. Then we're going to go battery there. And then that can connect across one of those to hopefully the wind turbine can be placed there. Yeah. Because this should all be buildable from underneath by the beavers. So they should be able to build this system. It's 2 blocks apart they need to be. Like that. With a path underneath. And hopefully that'll make these pumps work well enough. For the next 6-ish months, this is the normal time for my streams on this day. Alright, we're in temperate day 2. That's filling. That's actually filling. I don't know where that's gonna... Oh, it's gonna overspill there because I built the dams in there. That's right. These need to be water. And I need more pumps. I need more water. I need the beavers to finish this building. So the idea of this little dam down here, this reservoir, is that it fills up to the top, and then as these pumps drain out that side and it gets down low to this point, because that's their maximum reach, I can use these pumps to draw it up from deep once they're exposed and able to function again. So they'll only be needed later in the droughts. Yeah, well, that's how that worked. Let's get some stairs planned out. So that I can get some more of these explosive planted. Yep, get those built. Get at least one connected. Oh man, is this going to get done in time? You can divert the bad water in the river below your plateau. Yeah, I could. But I could do lots of stuff with diverting things, I'm sure. I've kind of invested too deeply, I think, into these works for me to do anything else just now. I need to do whatever it is that's going to give me an increased water supply for the next drought or the next bad tide. It's kind of like at the start of hard mode, what I always found was I needed to do small chunks, something I could get done during this cycle that would allow me to survive the next one longer. And the next one longer, and the next one, because of the way that the difficulty ramps over those days. I should check something before... Oh, yep, set correctly. Just wanted to make sure that the changes had stuck. Is it worth blowing the fluid dumps target hole deeper? I didn't think so, because... Well, I mean... Actually, yes. If you filled this during temperate times, yes, possibly. Because then that's one more little bit of water storage. But once I'm using that and trying to fill it off these, I don't think so. Let's... What is my maximum? Does it tell me? 6... So yeah, I think zipline to the lower reservoir, speed up build. I have been thinking a zipline down here, maybe to a station just here, would have been useful. I didn't get around to doing it last time. Unfortunately. They're doing alright though. Get both of those built, then I'm actually pretty good. Especially if I can now get this top part done. Battery still needs just building time. The wind turbine. How much paper have I got? 219. Okay, so we'll be alright. Those should get built pretty quickly. Perhaps set the water counter to be percent based. That's not a bad idea. Drought approaching. Okay. The water is not going up. I need another water pump. And I reckon once I've got this mechanism built, what I should probably be doing is building this reservoir out. So it's got even more water in it that I can draw from. Because this reservoir, most of the water that gets collected from it is actually the water that gets collected. That's the reason it drains dry. It's not evaporation that drains this one dry. So having a larger surface area probably isn't going to be a massive issue. Let's see what this first one ends up being. Okay, battery's done. And wind turbine's done. Excellent. Cool, so I've got heaps of sticks of dynamite. Let's prioritize those getting done. I think they're all thirsty when they get there. They are coming from a long way away. I do need to get that zip line built before I plan on any further expansions down here. Hmm. 1.7 days. Let's see. I did last week survive a 29-day drought. So as long as it doesn't end up substantially longer than that, I think I'll be okay. For this first one. The worry for me is, sure, I could survive this first one, but if I just survive it, then the next one could be just as long and the recovery time is going to be short. So it might be really tricky to survive further through. Alright, let's the rest of those. What? Oh. Placed it wrong. That's a lot of battery for not many wind turbines, but oh well. It's fine. We'll find out what the drought is in just 0.4 days. Well, I'm glad I didn't kill a beaver just then. I didn't actually check to see whether they were clear of the explosives. Whoops. I was just like, I need to demo this so that tiny little bit of water over there isn't wasted. It's reachable by the pump. And here comes a 35-day drought. Okay. That should be all right. Not too bad to begin with. Oh. This reservoir dropping a full level at the start of the drought. It didn't do that on the last ones, but it's done it this time. Why? Why are you like this? Why do you do this? No, Vox, there is a reason to blow these explosives before the end of the drought, actually. So, if you look at this from above, we've got this much surface area for the water. If I blow these, when I get to low water, I'll have a lot less surface area for that last bit of water to go in. It'll get into the lowest parts sooner, I should say. Which it wouldn't get down there. Actually, yeah, so it'll be occupying all this large area for less time. Plus, it also means I can get the demolition done down to the other areas sooner, which is beneficial. So I think overall it is beneficial to have it demoed now rather than later. But yeah, we also got to think about what's going to happen after this drought, because this drought could wrap up and then the next one is 50 days. And we saw that even though I was 5 days left on the previous drought when I loaded the game today, it's taken well over an in-game week for them to get this much done. Having just said that out loud means I should probably do this thing now and get a zip line in at least to this spot at the top. Well, let's see how. I don't think you can make it that far, no. So my idea had been to put another one there. That's going to have to separate those two lines. That's really close. Yeah, I like that idea best. So what we're going to do... place one tower there. Then I'm going to disconnect these two. And then that goes to there, which goes to there. And just because if you hurry everything gets built quicker, let's set this to highest priority too. Replace that pillar with a hub pair. Or at least just with a station, yeah. It's not very far, but yeah, I can see why that might be a good idea. It is a spot they could try and rush to, so it would make sense. And it takes them next to the water supplies that are here, so that's good too. Just trying to think of which way to arrange this. Maybe like that. Does make it a bit more expensive, but I think for anywhere that I've got places that are nearby that the beavers might go, because the ones that are living in these, especially these upper floors, may find it quicker to just go there, down here, and then they can get straight to drink. I have multiple holding posts set to minimum priority. Then I have 3 builders huts. I think I've got 2 here and 1 somewhere else. Maybe I've just got the 2. Got 3 haulers huts. I've got 106 beavers, which is probably too many. Oh look, my pumps are working. And we've still got 30 days of drought left. Yay! I know I've got unemployed beavers. I don't really have any jobs for them right now. And we'll have this occupying them. But I want to get this... I want to wait for the zip lines to get done before I start ordering up for making a little fluid dump over here. to keep the potatoes alive. I think what I'll do is just demo those. Do that. Sure, why not? That'll probably work. What about the aqueduct for more water at the end of the drought? Well, the aqueduct is a big project. Like, sure, there's a decent amount of water here. Oh, actually, there's a lot of water here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I've got a zipline here. Okay, we're going to need to build some platforms. Because if I could get some more big water pumps down here... Nuts. Grabbing water while I can. That might be the difference between life and death. Have something as a kind of a partial utility for the time being. So I think they must be finished. Oh yeah, they're almost finished over here. Oh no! Oh no, I didn't do that. Did I do that wrong? Does that go? No. Man, that threw me off. I kept thinking that this battery was going to land on that shelf, but that shelf is actually underneath this cantilevered bit. On the plus side, I do have nearly 6,000 water in storage. So at least that side of this has worked. Let's prioritize that, because then what I was thinking is demolish this bit of path and I'll put a big water storage there. Just so the path... Actually, no, I think I'll leave these as the haulers need to come collect it. Surprised you're still keeping up with food. Yeah, food's just... fine. I do have... 4 farms or 3 farms. I have 3 farms. I need another farm. I need another farm down here. That's what I need. Oops, wrong thing. Because a lot of this just never gets harvested. Not that I've got the storage for it, but... Okay. Blammo! Okay, so those pumps have run out of battery, but 5.8k water. if I left these water pumps down here, which I don't plan to, well, I'll probably leave those water pumps down there, but I probably won't leave them active. These ones might be like, I set them to automate by resource counter. Oh, I probably need another different resource counter. So these ones I might shut off when the water supplies are above 50%, sort of thing. I have an extra reservoir that I forgot about? I don't think I do. These are all my... all my things. Oh, that is... that is emptying out very quickly. Poop. Wonder ID, I'm doing well. I'm excited for next week. Windrose is coming out, so I get to do some more fancy Valheim-esque building in a pirate game, which is going to be great. And someone pointed me to the Dune Awakening update notes this week as well, which it's going PvE. Who could have seen that coming? But yeah, they're letting you go full PvE in Dune, as well as having private servers. Like proper self-hosted private servers. Just really cool. It makes me incredibly happy to see those two games making those changes, because it shows that the people responsible for these games are realizing that PvE players are worth making games for, possibly even more than shooting for the massive live service options that is PvP. Well, Tommaso, in the post for Dune, they mentioned that 80% of players never engaged with the PvP content. 80! %. If Dune has it at 80%, how high must Space Engineers be? Like, that's wild to me. Like, I, due to my own biases, assumed it was that high, but I never had any evidence. Now there's evidence. Oh no, you can't explode beneath battery. Oh, you can't explode when batteries. Can I not place explosives? Oh no, I can beneath that one. Oh no, it'll let me. No, they're high enough. Yep, they were just in the way while they're down low. Yeah, what the heck. Let's just place all these where I think they can get at them. Oh yeah, look, if you are someone who genuinely enjoys PvP, seeing a game ditch PvP would be sad, and you'd be frustrated. You'd be upset. So of course you're gonna be like, well, this is gonna be the end of the game, because it probably will be the end of the game for that person. But for those of us who aren't, the concept seems ludicrous. Oh. No, that's not what I wanted. I never made my grist mill, did I? No. Okay. Yeah, let's make a little grist mill. So, food, grist mill here. That's got enough space, yeah. Yeah. Grist mill there. Then what I'm thinking is just do something really simple for it. Have a little battery there. And have a couple of little windmills for it. It may not be able to operate 100% of the time, but at least if it's able to, at least I'm getting that part started. Actually, I'm doing that the silly way. I should instead be raising that up. Oh, looks like I'm doing that as well. Raising that up, then putting battery on top of that. Then doing my raised path across to where the wind turbine's going to be. Like I did for the other ones. Because this system actually lays out quite neatly, but also allows the beavers to get around. Because one of the things I find I was doing early on particularly badly was laying out these the power shaft paths, so they completely block my beavers' walking paths. Small turbines are big ones. Big ones. Always the big ones. Okay, so storage. I'm gonna start building some large storages for some food. What are you? Herbalist. Not in a great spot. Oh. Bread. And carrot? Grilled potatoes. What have I got more of? Grilled potatoes. Sure. Oh yeah, fair enough. I'll move the carrots and potatoes to large storage and then start filling the small storages with varieties of food. Because I'll probably make both pastries, since I got maple syrup, and bread. True, the herbalist could move over here. It's not actually area dependent. I just put it here because it's got short distance to the stuff that it needs. Blammo, blammo. Not sure what to do about these higher ones and how I'm going to demolish them, but we'll figure it out. Shouldn't have left them. Oh well. I've said it before. I have done dumber things. Do I think of the colony as a main street with side streets or just a grid? Neither? I just do things as needs arise. A maze? Yeah, a maze that I try and improve gradually over time. There you go. Connected. Jeez, the haulers got their work cut out for them. They have to run down here, grab the water out, get in this zip line, get out of it, get into the other one, come all the way over and then drop it here or drop it down in these ones. But that's going to keep my water supplies up. So, worth it. I've used the option set which containers should be filled first. I believe I've got these ones set to be prioritized lower. No, obtain. Yeah, these ones are the higher priority ones. The ones that are near where the beavers, I thought, were going to be going. But I think possibly because these zip lines are actually not very close to these by the path you'd have to take. But at least this one's bringing it closer. Yeah, I do know each building has the ability to be prioritized. Thank you, Fulgen. Thank you for 30 months. Thank you, Taz. Thank you for 51 months. That looks like these are pretty much ready to explode. Cool. Oh. And those people are those beavers coming down to work here? They shouldn't be. Blammo. That is satisfying. How much storage do these have? 24. Yeah, it's not bad. So I think these ones over here had 26 or something. Yeah. It is centralized zipline area. Yeah, look, there are, I'm sure, ways I could drastically improve the optimization here. Through all sorts of means like that. But if an improvement requires me demolishing a large chunk of my little town, I'm not sure I want to do it. Too much optimization makes for less fun. There's a kind of a point that I've gotten to in SimCity, City Skylines, Transport Tycoon, lots of these sorts of games where once you've got the ability to reshape the world around you, you can kind of go a bit overboard. And that includes getting rid of the bits that of your base that feel more organic and interesting, of your town that feel more organic and interesting. And so I'm often quite hesitant to do anything like that because I know that if I did, I'd make the place feel less interesting. That'd make me sad. You don't want to tear down the homes of undesirables to build shiny roads in the sky. No. I try to avoid that where I can. Or at least for as long as I can. Well, that was lucky. These actually are reachable. Cool, this means by the next temperate time, this reservoir is as big as it's going to be without me expanding out the actual levees. Where are we at? 16 days to go. We got 6,000 water. There's still plenty of water down in this reservoir, I think. Oop. Oh, no. This is going to be pumped dry soon. Although I say that, but this next layer of water is actually quite large. Because it extends all the way up there. I just want to see where things are at, see where I'm best spending my efforts. I know where I'm best spending my efforts, watching beavers get their tails painted. Hooray! Alright, we're gonna need that, that. And demolish. So what I'm thinking I might do is I'll actually build a path that goes straight across here. Right, rather than having wasted that platform. But because I think if I expand the levees out to this limit here, it'll be nice to have a path to get across. And that lines up okay. The detail is great that just wish there were more patterns. You can make patterns. Some people choose to put their face. Oh. Help if I attach the path to that, wouldn't it? Alright, so that's my carrots warehouse. Now, where are my other carrots warehouses? Alt middle mouse, yeah. We'll empty that one out. So I'm thinking one of these will become flour, even though it is a fair walk from the grist mill. What else am I going to use these for? Oh, actually, no, it could become bread. And this one could become pastries. That would make more sense. And then put the flour one over there. Where is pastry? Maple pastries. Maybe you can have the Charlie face you were drawing in Farming Sim. Yeah. I'm surprised anyone remembers that. I was pretty chuffed with that, how that came out. Such a random thing. Oh, that's what I should have done. Okay, we're gonna do it. Storage. there. Wind turbine on top. That would make a lot of sense. Alright. Stretch break. Let's find a nice place for the beavers to watch the beavers. Where can we go? Watch them get stung by bees. Watch them set up explosives. I think maybe I can get a decent view from over here. Oh yeah, that's not bad. I do have a hospital, yes. If this drought goes too well... It was only a 35-dayer though, so it's not really like the challenge was right up there. Yet. So, this seems to already be plotting an increase in doom level. What are we going to do when he kills all the poor beavers? Well, so... One of the things that I'm kind of... trying to think of how to say this so I don't sound like a terrible, terrible person. Yeah, that's a good point. I do need to get the aqueduct built so that my farms could survive a longer drought. Because one thing for the beavers to survive, it's a whole other thing for the farms. But I do have those water dumps to utilize some of the drinking water for the plants as well. How am I forgetting about the robots? Yes, I did forget about the robots. I kind of did forget about the robots, to be honest. So what are my thoughts about how this might go in the event of a full-on catastrophe? Is that a couple of beavers might survive, and then how would you rebuild with all this stuff already in place? What would I prioritize? How would I get them to grow back up to this level again? This was what I started thinking about. Because I did in one of my other saves get to a point where I lost all but, I think it was 5 of my beavers. I went from like 60 plus down to 5. And the rebuild was interesting. Having more than enough infrastructure, but not having enough beavers to occupy the jobs and trying to... I then, by the end of that recovery, had all of my jobs stratified in terms of priority so that they could get stuff done, but it was a brutal way to it was a brutal way to exist. How do I do it in RimWorld? I hit escape and I hit exit game. Unless it's streamed, because I'm just like, I don't want to do this again. Or is it too real to say that? Man, Rimworld. Oh. Oh. I see a problem in something that I did. These should have overlapped. Oh, no. I know how I can make it so they don't need to. If I do impermeable floors there, because I don't need them there, and then these levees go all the way up. Seeing a problem. I'm not sure how to deal with it. So, what I wanted was 2 of these pumps on each of these, and I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get one of them to hang off the edge a bit. Oh, unless... No, that doesn't work. Oh wait, it might work. No, that doesn't work, because if I put them on levees there, and trying to drain out of there, it's not going to reach either. How does this work? Bridge won't work, because bridge occupies the spot. And an overhang, I can't drain, like, I can't put a levee in the place, like it can drain through. Because I can't do that either. Levee behind the overhang on the upper level. Can that work? That can't work either. Because if you do this, and then you put a levee there, the pump doesn't work. Because the pump needs that spot. Go over one. No, it still creates the same problem. I think what I'd have to do... I think realistic... Oh no. I think the aqueduct's just too thin at the pumping points. I think it needs to be double wide at the pumping areas. Yeah, well, let's get those built then. So that's going to allow me to have enough pumps. Water looks concerningly low. 8 days left. We've still got water in the main irrigation area, so we're okay. Like, yes, these pumps are no longer pumping, but 6,000 water for 8 days is plenty. Thanks, Mikey. Thank you for the 20 bits. Thank you, Charity. Thank you for the Prime sub. Been watching the Community Scraptown series on YouTube with one of my kids. You happen to have a VOD saved where you went around and visited each player's build? The stuff that's in the series is all that there is, Charity. As far as I remember. See, the trouble with a 50-day drought is that my crops are going to struggle. And that means I then have to start using my drinking water to water my crops to keep my food supplies adequate. And at that point, things start looking dire. But we're at... It's 28 days. And still have some water in the upper reservoir. Not much, but still have some. Like that's about to run out. And then probably by day 30, I think it may well be by day 35, this will all start looking quite dry. This adjustment has nothing to do with having block levels of water. All it has, this expansion here is entirely about having this next to this, next to another one, so 3 pumps can fit. This expansion's all about that. And then this will pump water up into here, filling it up from here, meaning that instead of this running out a day, whatever it is, it'll run out much later. Something else that might help with the next drought or bad tide is that this is finished now and my storage is nearly full. So these pumps won't be working quite so aggressively at the start of the next drought as they were at the start of this one. Would covering the aqueduct reduce evaporation? No. Water is lost through evaporation of cubes of water that are on the highest point of water for that block on the map. And that's it. There's no loss to the surrounding terrain. There's no loss to anything else. It's evaporation, but that happens underground just as much as it does above ground. It's the building error near the grist mill. That would be, I didn't set this storage to flour. Recipe bread. Recipe maple pastries. Actually, that's a terrible spot for those to be. Since they fit in nicely there. And that means that if I need to, I can extend across the road and put in more windmills. Well, it seems like this is fine for the grist mill. It's enough battery power for it, even though these are only 14,000. Oh boy. It's going to take these beavers a long time to do this building. Should I build a temporary line down to here? Like somewhere down on this platform for this building? I probably should build a zipline station down here. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Let's do this. We put down... the impermeable floors first. Move the road to there. Could then put a zipline station that can stay down here for any future constructions. Where can I put... Can it reach there? Oh, good it can. So then we go blop, blop, blop. That way that can just stay there. Because it's already on the impermeable floor. Temporary storage areas. I'd have to use small piles because of the size of floor area I have around here. I guess I could put something up this end, maybe? It'd fit. Did I prioritize the station over the impermeable floors? I believe it should build the station... It should build the floors first, but apparently not. It will build them after. I did not think it'd work that way. It can still... The beavers can still access all the floors at least, so I'll finish them off. I should probably also see if I can get another zipline in here. And do that. So that'll give me a more direct connection to the water, as well as ways for them to potentially get over to... Oh, you're done. Oh, wow. Wow, I'm almost out of all that metal. Okay. Still got that pile, and still obviously got this pile. Before I have to start digging for it. And I've actually cleared up a lot of the metal around here. That's surprising. Yeah, Dominator, I was expecting everything under the building to get prioritized too, but it clearly didn't. I'm also out of logs. Why am I out of logs? Also, the drought is spreading. Why am I out of logs? Is it just that I built so much? Or do I need another lumberjack? Not sure. Digging takes wood to make. So they need planks to make the supports for the mine shafts, is the way that I imagine it, for these sorts of ruins, to mine them out. But I've got I got heaps of metal here still. I got 403 metal blocks in storage. and 606 scrap metal in storage. So I've got heaps in storage. Oh, this is oak. All right. Hello, temporary influx of wood. It's totally not way too far away from my base. Definitely not. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. That'll give me something anyway. Never too far if you're running low. That's true. Charlie, what are you doing down there, dog? You are making some weird noises. Yeah, I'm short on the old timber. Excuse me. Ah, stupid cough. I've been enjoying the last few months without having one. I must be using up... What have I built recently that used up a lot of timber? Or did I just not have much in storage? Hey, drought's over! $4.2k. Oh, okay. My water situation may get a little bit iffy if the next drought is longer. I'm gonna need more of these irrigation type setups. I need one down here. Let's just pause while I clear out a path. Oh, wait. Dynamite! That's what I should be using. For these? Not build up a levee, but blow a hole in the ground. And I then see in chat said the same thing. Yep. Let's get rid of this one and do the same over here. Dynamite a little hole there. Well, let me place the fluid dump. No. Oh, I could also put one in... I can put one in heaps more spots now that I'm thinking of it this way. Dynamite a little hole there. Dynamite a little hole there. Heck yeah. Is there a way with the automation for me to have some... It's just a switch. Yeah, lever. That's what I want. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to set up this lever so I can just flick this switch and that's going to enable all of the fluid dumps at once. But they'll all be tied to that manually controlled lever. What's pinned? Spring return, pinned, not. It's alright, Robot. It just shows that we were both thinking of things in the same way. Looking at it going like, why don't I just blow a hole in the ground? Oh, it's so much tidier. Okay, zip line's done. That's sped things up a bit. Yeah, those oak logs are going to be worth their weight in gold or in logs. Are they going to run out fast? I don't want it to be weather controlled. I've already got some weather controlled automation set up around the place. I don't want weather controlled. I want this to be a manual thing that I switch on way late in the drought so that it's not causing evaporation until that point. That's the idea of having a lever, is that I can switch it and have all of them turn on at once. So I don't have to remember to find all of them and then realize that half of my crops have died because I missed some. That sort of thing. I must have just used up a lot with this levee. Like, it does use up a fair few logs. Just never really think of it as being that much. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cool. Well worth getting the extra width. Because I can definitely fit 2 here. So I'll probably just go with 2 of them. So it's matched all the way. Oh, building all the mechanisms for these is going to be time consuming. You can pin the lever and it will always show on the left under the beaver notification list. Ah, that's what pinning does. Cool. I was wondering that. Water dump lever. I'll leave it off. I don't need it. I don't need it pinned there. No drought already. Automate to water dump lever. Automate to water dump lever. I should probably squeeze one in somewhere over here. Where could I do that? It's not going to be too disruptive. Hey, new well-being high score. Nice. I must have gotten some paste. Bread. I got bread. Well, at least they're going to die happy. Guess I'll put one in here, for want of a better spot. Between that one, this one, and that one. Which is in a terrible spot. Now that I've realized I should just be dynamiting holes in the ground, but I'm not demoing it now. Actually, yes I am. Yes, I am. So I've got plenty of time before it needs to be built. What are you planning on doing with the now empty maple syrup barrel? I was planning on demolishing it. and growing more trees there. It's one random maple tree that gets chopped down. In fact, let's get some more trees over here too. I've got these oaks, but they're just not getting chopped down. Weird. Maybe I do need some sort of better... Maybe I do need more woodcutters? They seem to... Like, I feel like it's fairly well matched between the rate of oak growth and the rate that they're chopped down. I guess I'm just building too much and I need to have like a bigger tree farm somewhere. Did I mark the oaks for cutting? Yeah. You can see now. They're marked. Those new ones are marked in the middle. This random one over here isn't marked. How long is the drought gonna be? Oof. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. 47 days. That's a spicy meatball. That's a long drought. Oh. Each. This is harder than hard mode. Hard mode maxes the droughts at 30 days. Because I'm an idiot who likes to make things difficult on themselves. I made it longer. How much do these small ones hold? 20. That could... You're right. You guys are right. That could still speed things up. Have a couple of those, and then... Or maybe just have... Yeah, maybe if I have metal... planks... and wood... and set these ones to be obtains. See how that works. Because what I hadn't been thinking about with the storages was it doesn't need to be big, it just needs to... Some of the haulers need to be used when I've got so many haulers. No, I haven't forgotten about it. Oh, this one. This dynamite. That was... I didn't need this one. I've got that one. Oh well. At least this way I shouldn't lose too many crops. I hope. I should up the priority of these though. These need to get finished. I copied it, so it should... They should all be linked to the water dump lever. That's why I copied the build. If you click on a build and press B, it automatically copies it, and it'll copy all of the settings of that build as well. Which is really quite handy. Wow, it looks cool when they wake up and they all just go poof, out along the zip lines. Would another water storage help the end of the drought? Potentially yes. Also, high well-being high score. But also, oh no, he's already gotten through all of that. Jeez. Okay. Also, it's at what point am I spending too much on just... Oh, no, that doesn't work. I'm not sure at what point I'm just then spending too much time on building storages rather than building other things that can be helpful. I don't know the right answer to that. But I really want to get this aqueduct done. Okay. That should get a bit more wood chopped down. Set those a bit higher so that I can actually get it. I've got this birch, but that's not really a lot of timber there. I still may as well chop it down. It would be nice to get down in here. So it's more oak. But what I really need, what I really should be considering right now, I guess, is do I try and start growing some trees here? Using this reservoir to irrigate it. Or do I push for going down here and I haven't decided yet. Screen tearing is bad. Oh, what? Why am I getting such bad oh. Now the frame rate is bad. There's some it's either the 4070 compared to the 3090 or there's something else that's going on because I've been having big issues with screen tearing lately. Like big issues with it. I had to throw away two full recordings that I did in Starship Evo because the screen tearing was just intolerable. Which was very frustrating, and why the next video of that has taken so long to come out. Part of why, at least. That. Yeah, I started getting some glitches on screen that I'm like, oh, maybe my recent PC issues have been my graphics card. So I took the 4070 out of my stream rig and put it into my main rig, took the 3090 out and it's just sitting on my shelf. And then I still had all the game crashes, still had all the issues, but now I have screen tearing on top of it. Yay! It's true. I have not yet built this floor. That would be useful. Oh, hang on, what am I doing? Why do I do this? I've just got this habit, even though I should know that it's not needed. I have this habit of building bridges, even though the beavers are very happy to walk up and down stairs. Especially when that means they get to walk through water. So if it's not the 3090, why not put it back in? Because if it's my power supply, because I was getting GPU related, like GPU specific issues, I was getting like little glitches on screen that really can't come from another source. And when I can't right now replace any of these parts, I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I don't have any good options. Oops. Did not need to build the impermeable floor there. Oh well. So I'm trying to decide right now whether I'm best off building the whole aqueduct first, or whether I'm best off building it piece by piece and getting all of the constructions. I think I'm just going to build the whole thing first, because I can't really use it until the whole thing's done anyway. One, two, three, four, but pumps can go down to 5, can't they? Yes. So this actually needs to go another block higher. That's right, these were going to be double walls. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Whole thing makes sense, otherwise you're just increasing your evaporation, yep. I mean, replacing a power supply is a cheaper option if the power supply is the problem, but if you're replacing a power supply that doesn't need to be replaced, then that's wasted money. And that's the trap that I'm in. I don't know if it doesn't seem to be RAM, because I've done everything RAM-wise that I can do, and it's still not fixed it. So I'm down to motherboard, CPU, or PSU, all of which I do not have two of which I have technically a replacement for, I just haven't had the time to do, which is take out the AMD processor and the MSI motherboard and replace them with my with my newly warranty replaced 13900K and its motherboard, and see if I get any crashes. If I don't, then it's definitely the motherboard or the CPU, which is really sad because I was kind of hoping to stop hating on AMD at this point, but if that ends up being the case, I'm gonna be like, why? Thank you, Perseus. Thank you for the gift sub. I'm thinking it's the motherboard. That is my guess. But I really need to have the time to dismantle my whole setup, replace them, and that's a whole day of recording, editing, streaming gone. However, next week, on Thursday, the power is going to be out at my house for an unknown period of time because I'm getting my power cabling upgraded. So that was when I was thinking of doing it. And for all of you who were like, you should have done this, you should have... Well, duh, of course I should have done it. But I don't have the time. If I do that, I can't stream. And if I can't stream, I can't pay my mortgage. So it doesn't work. And that's why I'm so frustrated. It's all very annoying. 38 days. There is no chance under any circumstances except for where one of the companies involved with the hardware is paying me to do it, that I would stream a build of my PC. Zero. Like, true zero. Not happening. I cannot imagine anything more stressful and frustrating than doing it that way. Like, one, stressful. Two, the backseating would go next level. Three, not fun for me. And four, I don't think that many people would actually watch. Cool. No, Morthus, you didn't watch Capac. Not that many people did, compared to this. Like, some people did, yes, but it's a select portion of the audience did. Oh. Do zip lines get disabled when they're underwater? Just to get back to the game at hand rather than my frustrating PC issues. Nuts. So I'm going to have to build that up on a platform eventually. Drat. Oh, it works for now. Well, see, it doesn't seem like any flooded building gets disabled because these don't say they're disabled. It's just there's water at their limit. They seem fine with it. Well, at least the levees for the aqueduct are getting done. So progress is being made. Oh, these water pumps get disabled, but the mechanical pumps don't seem to. Yeah, it could be just mechanical stuff doesn't get disabled in the same way. Because obviously, your water wheels don't get disabled by being in water. Oh, wow. Okay, those are all gone. Well, that'll be why I made some progress. Is there a reason I'm not laying out the whole aqueduct floor and levees? Kinda. I figure if I lay it all out, I end up... I don't know, I like to just do it in piecemeal so that if I then get distracted by another build project, there isn't just a ton of stuff getting pumped into this when something else might be higher priority. I think it often ends, like, that's the way my brain works through it, but there isn't a lot of any logic to that. Really? Okay. Just had an idea that I'm not utilizing this. This could be tree farm. And this stays irrigated for ages. That'll be interesting to see whether the water dumps... Maybe I should hold off on doing anything like that until I see where the water dumps actually are. Because I'd probably need an extra water dump down there, and if I need a water dump, I may as well do it over here. Because this is a nice flat area that's closer. Scuba Steve, Shaq's got no interest in PC building, so he wouldn't be doing anything but saying, oh dude, this sucks. Hope you get it fixed soon. When it comes to PC issues. Shaq and I are kind of... I sit somewhere between the... I don't really enjoy PC building. I was about to say I sit somewhere between Wasted and Shaq, but I'm actually much more at Shaq's end. It's just that I'm also really bad at spending money unless I've researched the thing to the nth degree. So I'll spend way too much time researching PC builds. Whereas Wasted seems to genuinely enjoy that stuff. But I never really have. It's always been a means to an end for me. PC building. Hey, Avak. How's it going? No, PC building's nothing like Lego. To me, anyway. If you enjoy it, it probably is, but to me, it's not. Because Lego, the building is the fun. With PC buildings, the finished product is the fun. It'd be like, for me, PC build... saying... PC building for me is the equivalent of finding the fun in just pasting in workshop blueprints for space engineers and just looking at them. In a way. Because I don't care if I enjoyed that. If I loved that. If that was the only thing I enjoyed about Space Engine was just pasting in a blueprint. But I don't. I want to actually use the thing and build the thing. I've completely messed up this analogy. I had an idea in my head, and then I got distracted by something, and then it didn't work. Basically, PC building for me is the end result, is what I'm after, not the process. PC building is fun like Lego if you like hitting your thumb repeatedly with a hammer. Yeah. Or if you like bending your fingernails back as you're trying to separate two bricks from one another using your fingernails because you don't have one of the little tooly things, the name of which I can't remember. Yes, when it comes to PCs, I want to drive the car, not build the car. 32 days left of the drought. 6,200 water stored. These pumps are paused, which is great. But these ones are... that reservoir's getting a bit low. Brick separator, yeah, those. Or your brick separator's, the end of it is no longer pointy because you've jammed it into too many things and it's bent. And now it's just, it looks like someone been chewing on it. It's part of me that's tempted to dynamite this. since I know this reservoir holds water for a while. Oh, there we go. Another section complete. Aqueduct continues. Oh wow. When they've got the stuff down here, you guys are right. It does get stuff built really quickly. Splizzy, you're such a builder, I'm surprised you haven't taken a shot at Blender. I'd like to learn a bit of Blender. The thing that stopped me is not that I don't want to, it's figuring out a way to make it something I can justify doing instead of making a video in the short term. I've been really struggling, and this is a problem that's also been facing the mods that I like to make. I've been really struggling lately to find enough free time to do projects that have a long-term outlook on them, like the scrapyard series that I wanted to do. That's been on the back burner just because I have been really struggling to have the time to invest in that, and I really want to, because those projects are always really cool when you get them done. Like scrapyard was such a cool thing because I put ages into it, but with all of the various time commitments and things that I have these days, particularly parental ones, it's really hard to find the time for those things. I'm aware, Beef. I was just acknowledging. You don't need to say I told you so when I say that was a good idea. You can just be like, and sit there thinking smugly. Yeah, I started watching Blender tutorials and things, especially when Shaq started working on his game. I was like, I'm so envious of this. I want to learn something. I want to do these things. They are cool. I want to play with this stuff. But yeah, I really struggled to get enough time to feel like that investment ends up working out. Time investment, that is. Well, other than the trees I plant, there will probably be no trees left on this map soon. We like saying we told you so on being smoked. Fair enough. But yes, I'd been listening to you guys. I just felt like I'd been listening, but I'd misunderstood. I'd misunderstood the benefit of just tiny storages, because this wasn't what I was envisaging. I was envisioning putting the big ones and having heaps of stuff moved over there and having it have to be moved back. But with a tiny log pile, a tiny plank pile and a tiny metal block, it makes a lot more sense. So I just hadn't thought that particular part of it yet. There's not trees, there's a stockpiled building material. Yeah. How should I get down to these ones? Yep, we're already out. Jeez, the birch really doesn't last long. Oh, man, that's a lot of pine. It's a long way from the base, though. Yeah, Chiller, I was mentioning earlier in the stream that I'm really looking forward to this coming week because not just Windrow's coming out, which is a game that was once going to be focused around PvP and now is full on PvE. Yay! But also Dune changing that. So yay. Alright, let's take another little break and... Where's my little person? Let's look down here. Oh, oh. Oh, I'm too low. What? Stand up here. Look at that for busy. Oh no, I fell down. Cool. I'll be right back. I need to take a quick fire break. Conjoined beaver twins? What? What? Yeah, Dune is going to allow you to do full PvE. You don't have to do any PvE, PvP, and private servers. I quite like this viewpoint. Abak, I am working on an aqueduct to move water from this reservoir up into this one so that I can keep all of this irrigated during drought. For those of you who weren't here at the start, I have changed the difficulty settings. Where on hard you have a maximum length of drought and bad tide of 30 days and a minimum length of 15, I have changed that to a maximum length of 50 days and a minimum length of 10. So it's a much broader randomization, but with the weighting heavily on the long. And I'm in the middle of a 47-day drought right now, which is the first ultra long drought that I've had. The previous one was only 34 days, so it was like not too bad. But 47 days, so I am not sure how this is going to go. So I'm hoping to get this aqueduct somewhat complete, but I'm struggling on the timber front. My oaks are growing at an okay rate, but yeah, I think ultimately I would need more farm for trees, but I just haven't. I'm hesitant to put energy into making another farm for trees when a bunch of my farms may struggle to get through this drought. Looks like you may need additional recreation space. Yeah, the recreation's been a bit limited, but if we have a look, it's only really the campfire that there's. Oh, yeah, maybe a detailer. But yeah, there's enough rooftop terrace because it's meeting their needs. And I don't really have enough room for another campfire. Though if I replace that with like a cantilevered thing, I could have something on top of the campfire. Maybe. I'm just looking around to see where it might give me access to some... Oh, there's a bit of timber here. We can use this. Where I can get access to a little bit more wood to expedite my mega build a bit. No, these are birch, so it's only going to be like 20 wood or something, but it's not nothing. Okay, I'm gonna plan out this bridge. So my idea was to do this. Build that. Then we're gonna go with... Oh, maybe just go with 3. Oh wait, that's still even lower. Oh. 2 high platform, please. Thanks, Mikey. Yeah, I presume these are the trees you're talking about. So it was a 3, then a 6. Where does that get me to? Yeah, that's about right. Oh. Nope, that doesn't work. That still doesn't work. I need to go to just there. Because I have to get down there and have the ability to put down a tree chopper. I need that. Then I'll put that. We can chop all that. Getting it prepped for farming. Will the overhang down 1 block lower and stairs onto the bridge? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would have worked. Oh well. And they walk past that to get to the trees. I don't know. You can't go around it? No. Well, that's annoying. Okay, so what you're telling me is this has to be tidied up and built differently once I actually get this farm operating. Which I knew anyway. There we go. Because what I would like to do is to build this up so that I don't have a weird bridge off a cantilevered thing and try and make it look nice, but that's for another day and another time that is definitely not now. Hey, cool. Actually built up 72 logs. And now they're all going to disappear. All of them. So those pumps are dry. How's this reservoir looking? 22 days remaining. And this one's looking okay. So it really is going to come down to the farms. How much I'm in trouble with that. Yeah, I know this stairway is going to need to be rebuilt. Everything needs to be rebuilt. This whole thing has been a, a learning experience of me learning that I didn't know what I didn't know. Well, let's just lay out the rest of it. Minus that one bit in the corner that I can't do yet. Okay. I mean, this is done pretty well. If I've got, let's just call it 100 beavers. It's it's 2 or 3 water per day. So 300 per day. I've got enough to last pretty much till the end of the drought. If the water doesn't get used for anything else, and ignoring the fact that these are still pumping. And for a while yet, too. Like, these still haven't even been activated yet. That's looking alright. So if I combine that with... The thing that I don't know is how much these water dumps are going to use in terms of water. How much is that going to cost me? Oh! I just had a thought of something that I should have done with the water dumps. I should have built them underwater, spread out along this path. Because then it would be the exact same distribution of water that I'm working with right now. But these are probably quicker for them to get to. But still, that could have worked as well. What is a water dump? A water dump is... Whoop, too zoom. This. The beavers will take water out of the drinking water storage and pump it out this and put it in this hole. That will then irrigate the ground around it, allowing me to continue to grow crops. So, if you see these little pause symbols around the place, they're fluid dumps that I've got set up. That one's not, but the rest of these are fluid dumps to try and keep some of my trees alive, to keep some of my crops going during the worst of the drought. Hey Fox, hey Muzzle. That's the plan. And you're already out of trees. As expected. How are we going over here? Oh yeah, starting to clear that. How far can you reach? Guess while that one's going, let's start planning for the next bit that I have to exploit to get this thing built. Now I built this one block over because I think if I expand this reservoir, I'm going to go straight out here with the levees. So it keeps the stairwell out of the way. And you use tunneling dynamite so you can spread water in more directions without having them interrupt the land. Yes. I haven't done that because all of those tunnels have caused water evaporation. Water does evaporate underground. Weird, but I suspect they did it because if they didn't... okay, that's not a place to put the stairs. There'd be other gameplay consequences that they didn't like. Like everyone just tunneling everything. Oh wait, no, I will do that. Yeah, call it seepage, so you lose water underground. So if I put dynamite on those, then I've got enough room, and then I can chop these down. Which is actually going to be a decent amount of wood, because there's quite a few oaks there. To this dry reservoir, you mean? Connected to that? Alright, we got to turn on the manual switch. Switch on. I will pin you now, because now I need to remember to turn you off. Because everything is drying up. But yeah, the reservoir is limited, and that's why I'm trying to connect it to this one, which is going to be much larger, and then pump the water up to this, keeping the crops watered for longer. But it's, as you can see, a substantial build that takes a long time to put together. Why not blow up the land at the end, right where the water pumps are, to make the reservoir bigger at the end? And then just put 2 flow valves to regulate. This is already pretty much as big as it can be. I've blown this down to, it is 1 block higher than here, but it's basically as big as it can be. This part needs to be the way that it is, because this is my diversion for bad tides. Maybe set water pumps to be prioritized. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Why is that not hydrating the land around it? Does this not work at a 1 block size? Chat? That doesn't seem to be working. One by one tiles of water give very little hydration. Ah. So I'll do that. Speaking of tunneling. Oh yeah, I can see the tiny amount of hydration around it. Oop. Oh, lesson learned. Probably. We have to lose those crops. That's fine. This was all a journey of discovery. So I'm going to need to prioritize. Oh, there we go. This is starting to water better already. As long as it keeps the plants alive. Enough that I've got food. $5.8k water. Water is still being pumped from here. 16 days of drought remaining. Why not blow up the land at the end, right where the water pumps are, to make the reservoir bigger at the end, and then just put 2 flow valves to regulate how much water... You talking about here? So, the way that this is set up is... This reservoir, this top section, is as deep as it can be for these pumps to still work. Then, these pumps pump from this deeper reservoir, which is as big as it can be with the current wall. They pump from here into there to effectively extend the life of these pumps up the top. I don't want to connect this section to this section because this section is higher and this section is for irrigation. And if I had the water pumps pulling from the irrigation water, that would potentially cause problems. And all of these oaks are going to die. That's bad. That's quite bad. Alright. Let's see if this helps that. I do a 3x3, does that fix it? I could demo this, but I kind of like it. It makes it look pretty. Gives me a nice little green barrier to the devastation out there. Marcel, it's okay. As long as I know that there's increased irrigation by blasting a larger area like I just did here, which has fixed my problem, I'm good. I'm happy to know that 1x1 sucks, 2x2 is better, 3x3 is good. And just adapt and change them as I go. Those in 11 days. It's just those 3 though, but that means they'll die every single drought. Yeah, some of the decisions I've made here around here have not been for optimization, but rather for aesthetics. And just, I think it looks nice. I just think it looks cool and interesting. Yay, all the trees are watered. 6,000 water remaining. Still water in this reservoir. 13 days. I think we'll be okay. Just. I need to prioritize this so I can get the wood from it. No. No bad. I'm totally out of bad water. This drought lasts so long that my tiny little bad water production facility here is, it's always going to run out during these droughts. I'm gonna... It does mean that at some point I probably need to consider having an actual bad water dam and bad water reservoir. Reality, 13 days. No, it's not a 13-day drought. This was a 47-day drought. Cycle 26. Yeah, I've set the difficulty up silly levels. Because why not? Might even have to go higher. I Need to see how it goes at this level first. So, why do you hate yourself? Because I can. The beavers must experience Arrakis as well. Yep. Yep. Oh dear. Okay, those stairs are done. How are we going on this? Ugh. Okay. I think there's a decent chance once I can get access to this wood, and if I move another woodcutter in over here, I think there's a decent chance that I could have enough to finish the levees. Once those levees are done, I'll then probably not need to, but then I can look into making a proper tree farm. Yeah, so if you want to see the difficulty settings, there you go. That's what I set it to. It's hard mode, but then I increased the randomization, but also extended the maximum for droughts and bad tides. Because there's a point, and Avak brought this up on when I asked him about it the other day. There's a point in games like this where you're like, I kind of feel like I completed the map. So then it's about finding the next challenge. And for me, I was like, I don't really want to start a new map. I really like this build, so I wanted to extend the challenge by setting it higher. Increase the difficulty. So there's a part of me that's curious what would be needed to survive a 100-day drought here. But I knew if I set it to 100 at the start, that was just guaranteeing my failure. And guaranteed failure is never as much fun as, ooh, things might go wrong. Aha. Okay. Then chop these trees. That's going to boost my building quickly. Although I need to set those stairs to be prioritized. Can you build enough to support 1,000 beavers? That sort of scaling up, I think, leans more into if you're someone who really likes factory games. If you get really into Factorio and the scaling up and that's fun for you, then I think that's probably your style of challenge. But for me, that's never held me as long. Huh. Just had a thought on the way to escalate this from this point. Oh, 2x3 is not bad as a way to extend the water, as it looks. Looks like you get the bonus for the 3, but only in one dimension. So that's alright. Don't always have to do a 3x3. Every drought, every cycle, I just increase the maximum duration by 5 until I reach 100. Or until I die. I hope it would be reach 100. Like, I don't want my colony to die. I probably should make that clear. I actually do want to succeed. If I didn't, I would have just, well, slapped it to 100 at the start of the stream and be like, hey, what other game are we playing today? Alright, where am I working on? That last wall there. Nothing's happening over there. They're chopping that. Someone's chopping these down now. So that should be enough timber coming in. These are still all... like these are still grown, so there's still wood to be chopped for those guys. Trying to see if there's anything that I should be doing. I don't think there is right now. I think what I should do next is decide which way the pumps are going to go at the top here. Because then I can start building the stairwell. So am I going to go across these three? Yeah. So if I want to build... that's kind of annoying. I'm going to have to demo this and not have that path. Oh. I think I'll do that. There's my path down. Oh wait, no, not that. Curvy stairs. And straight stairs. Then once all that's made, I can demo these stairs, put my 2 pumps across the top, then get my pumps down here, then get my pumps down here, and then figure out how I'm going to connect it all with a bucket load of batteries and probably wind power. But maybe I'll try and use some power from the bad water down here. It's certainly a unique way to play. After seeing this map on your earlier stream, I started my own colony on this map on just regular difficulty with slightly longer droughts. Cycle 20 now, fewer beavers, but twice the happiness. Although a lot less mega projects than your colony. Fun to see the different approaches. Yeah. Yeah, so Jangy, I've... in the past, I've definitely put varying emphasis, depending on my mood at the time and things like that, but varying amounts of emphasis on playing things difficult, playing things just for chill. And I found for Timberborn, the thing that really got me hooked was when I started playing it where I had problems to solve. Where I really had to think about what I was doing next and try and make sensible decisions. And it very much depends on the game, which way I like that. But also, the time of the year, how well my son's been sleeping, all sorts of other factors that I have no control over. Has anything been put in that one yet? No. I'll let him build that tower of things first. You're going to be providing flow from one end of the aqueduct to the other. Might it be worth using water wheels in the aqueduct to help power the aqueduct? That works, doesn't it? Technically. I do wonder how much flow I'll actually generate. But is that Is it possible to do perpetual motion with this game? Because you don't have losses to those systems? Probably wouldn't be power positive, but it could help. Hmm. And yeah, I'll certainly be putting batteries along the path and things like that. Thinking that. Oh, don't need to demo those. I'm gonna do. I've got a better idea. Just build a bridge across there. I'm like, do I... where do I build batteries and where do I build wind turbines along this route? Those two batteries look like they'll have a long way down to go, so that'll be fine. And then the other bits I might try and get some wind turbines along here. Then I'll put some more batteries down here and over here and whatever. It'll just be a mix of things. Yeah, I could do it like this, I suppose. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Just making sure I don't accidentally demo the wrong thing. That's why I'm doing this the slow way. Can I build on top of those without actually having a path up to them, though? Because I can with the other way, which I kind of liked. No, I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm not doing it. I'm sticking to the narrow way. It's making the whole thing look way too chunky, and I wanted to kind of see the water and stuff. I'm going to have so much stuff here, it's not going to matter. Three days remaining. Ooh. Dies in 14 days. Okay. Those will be fine. Oh, good to know that that does run out of water there. Does it still do it if I demo these, though? If I make that a 3x3, will that reach those trees? Three days with 5k water, time to raise the difficulty? Yeah, I think I need to do it before the end of the drought as well. Otherwise it doesn't... Because I think it decides the next drought at the end of this one. It might do. I saw some comment on Reddit about that, which might be wrong. I've never seen it anywhere else. But yes. Let us save. And let us increase. Further, 60 days. Are you on purpose not cutting some of the trees? Yeah, the pine trees are there for resin. The maple trees are there for syrup. So I need to leave them fully grown so that they can keep producing those crops for me. those resources. Because if I chop them down for wood, then I wouldn't get the syrup and resin. Yeah, 60. Just making sure I was staying. The thing is, I can set it to 60 and my next drought could be 10 days. Like, it doesn't guarantee that we're going to get a super long one. It just means it could be a super long one. Okay. If I put that down there, then we go... I want that on the other side, I think, to make this easier. Although I guess ultimately it's not going to matter because I'm probably going to have power stuff on both sides, but we'll do it this way for now. Oaktail's water wheel can only go in one deep water. I don't know. Water wheels stop working if flooded. Oh, so I'm gonna have to build up. I'm gonna have to build platforms all the way along it. Okay, so we'll leave the water wheels till later then. That is a problem for future beavers. I was thinking of going just windmills along this section and then back to batteries down the end. So yeah, I'll do that. There we go. The project is moving forward. I'm thinking the maximum amount of water the game can generate is equivalent to the maximum number of drought days the beavers can survive. Is that right? Hang on. The maximum amount of water the game can generate is equivalent to the maximum number of drought days the beavers can survive. You're going to try and store 100% of the water from the cycle. No, the water generated is a fixed amount. So if you have a look at the source blocks... Oh, maybe no, they don't actually say. I think there's a way you can... There was a way I thought you could see how much a water source block generated. And there is a theoretical maximum, but I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near it. Okay, let's turn off... Now that we've got water running through there, let's turn this off. Switch off. But I guess at some point you could reach a level of drought length where the amount of water available during the normal cycles is not enough to survive a drought of that length. Like, you could find a point where it's actually impossible. I can see that being a thing. 100% being a thing. And at that point, you'd have to decide, well, do I want more beavers? Or do I want the beavers I have to survive longer? Yeah, it does, exactly. I would be prolonging the inevitable in that circumstance, but under normal circumstances, you can absolutely get to a point where it's like, the current game is, I've built up enough infrastructure that it is impossible for it to kill me. And I was basically at that point. Even with back-to-back 30-day droughts, I was not going to run out of water. I was not going to run out of food. It was, at that point, it's just like, well, what do I want to do? So that's why I decided that I wasn't going to use a pole this time. I was just going to increase the difficulty. And that's all there is. Oh, I didn't build path under there. Let's fix that. Multiplayer with 2 colonies trying to dam the same river. I think with the right people, a multiplayer setup of this could be quite fun. Especially with the right people, the right difficulty, and the right mindset, where instead of just having one person managing a colony here, you had a second one managing another district there, and you're trying to keep both alive. So you're trying to get as much trade between them to keep them both alive, but one of them might be in a spot that they can't get water early on, or they can't grow many crops, and the other person... Like, I could see ways to make that an interesting game to play. And until today, I had no idea that there was even a multiplayer mod for this. Didn't even look for one. But it suggested that someone suggested that there might actually be one. But I don't think I'm likely to play this multiplayer. Because in the past, when I have played games like this multiplayer, what I've done is usually set the difficulty high enough that Capac's struggling, and I'm getting extra challenge by not just supporting myself, but supporting him too. I'm going to put the 3 in, not because I plan on them actually being active, but because then I've got all the links in place. If this needs to be increased later. Oh, actually, no, I'm not. I can just use things. It's fine. If I go 1, and that's going to get up to there, then there, then there, then there, and there. No, I'll start it. Oh yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, what the heck. Let's spiral this. I think it'll work out. Okay. Three days till the next drought. How long is it going to be? Oh, bad tide, I should say. It was a bad tide that's coming, isn't it? At least I'll still have explosives. Beaver Buddies multiplayer mod. Yep, there we go. Beaver Buddies is a Timberborn mod that adds multiplayer co-op. Features. Player work together to build the stabilization. Players work on the same map in real time, but each player has their own camera and user interface. The multiplayer works similar to co-op games like Stardew Valley. All resources and abilities are shared among players, but players who want more independence can use a multi-start map. Each player can start with their own district. Download a multiplayer map. Okay, I kind of want to try it out now. So that sounds like it's actually quite well developed. As in... not as in it's been other ones have been poorly developed, as in there's a lot of progress, as it does a lot of things. Excuse me. But yeah, each player with their own district would be how I would want it to be. Just because I think if you don't have that, it'd be tricky to actually play cooperatively. Will you let me put a battery there then? Yeah. This is definitely not going to be enough power generation for this many pumps, but... we'll just go with that for now. Oh no. I should have built this vertical shaft to get down to this lower height first. Now I'm gonna have to build scaffolding to get it done. The edge of the now completed pump. I was too slow. But I have another idea. We'll do this. And this should work. There we go. And then it'll all be connected. Hooray! It'll be interesting seeing how quickly 6 pumps chews through my power. 41 days! Well, it's not a short one. I do have slightly less water storage because I lose this bit. Oh, and you're already out of timber. Okay. Other pumps don't overflow, do they? Like they cut off before this fills up. Like they shouldn't overflow. Put more batteries on the inside, it could help. Yeah. My plan at the moment with getting this was to get it to the point where it is functional. Then once they've completed the core parts, I'll start thinking about how I'm going to add more power to it, more storage, that sort of thing. Because I'd like to have batteries over here, because that is a long drop. That is a long drop. there's a part of me that's also like, should I build a little battery aqueduct sort of thing? Like, use the triple platforms and build a row out where I have batteries on both sides just dropping down to get that maximum storage from them. Yeah, I just kind of want to see this thing working at all. And once this is working, I'm not sure whether it's better for me to put the energy into making this work quicker, or if I'm better off putting the energy into making this bigger. So I'm thinking this bigger is more valuable for the next drought or bad tide. So laying out the explosives to demo this so that the whole thing is deep. Gears are on the low side. Yeah, they are. Makes sense. I have built a lot of things needing gears. I mean, these need 40 apiece. So yeah, that's gonna happen. Oh yeah, if I built a platform like this, do it here, so I've got battery, 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 3 rows of them, yeah. Yeah. Agreed. But yeah, I'm clearly tapping on my... I'm hitting my limits of productivity, so... However, now that this is done, I can justify building a forester down here to plant trees, so I can get more trees. So let's do that. I have a forester down there, but I also want to get a zip line and get it in early. And that zip line, do I just go straight across to here? And then they have to go back up there? Should be quicker, right? Because part of me was planning to just go straight up and have another station up here. But that's probably unnecessary. It's not that much extra distance with the zipline speed. Yeah, we'll go here. Keep it simple now. Alright, start planting your oaks. And hope that the pumps can keep this watered long enough that these don't die. Okay, can go all the way to the end. Oops, that one doesn't. That one's not right. Actually, I think it is. It would have been okay. Cool. So that's a decent amount more trees. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to at least cancel one of these so I can put another tree cutter in. See, it does. What you could also do every now and then on the aqueduct is to have a tier 1 floodgate to sprinkle water over the land. That's an option, I suppose. But what I really should be doing sooner rather than later is putting water wheels down here. Because at least during bad tides, then my pumps will work. Sure, it won't do anything for during the droughts, but at least during bad tides, I'll have plenty of power for the pumps. So maybe that's, once this is complete, that's the next thing to do, is power down there. So, in theory, it might have made sense to do a mixture of different tree types here so that I had like the birch to give me some quick influx, but I think the fact that I've already got a tree farm that is productive, albeit slower than I want, kind of makes me think I should just go for the one that's ultimately the highest yield, which is the oak. Now they've got a zip line too. I'm tempted to demo this path and have the zip line be the only way for them to get there. A dump station, keep this hydrated. No, I'm going to chance it on this one. That I can get these pumps to prolong the life of this reservoir. So what do I need? 80, 120, 160. I need 180. I need something about 200 gears to be made. Now, is the gear shop something wrong with the gear shop? What's the gear shop? Is that the gear shop? Got two of these. They're both supplied with planks. They're just working as fast as they can. Not lacking for power over here. The batteries are full. Maybe we should make another gear workshop. I don't have any unemployed, but I've got... Oh, not that many haulers now. That could be a problem. Bad water tankage. I don't think it's a big problem. I've got 452 dynamite and 1,200 extract. And they're the only things I'm using the bad water for. So I'm not worried about that. I think that's a very low priority. I think the freshwater stuff is what matters. And the freshwater stuff is just needs these gears. Since I've got nearly 1,000 planks, I'm just hoping that a third gear maker is going to be enough to make a difference there. Part of me is tempted to build a fourth there. But I'm guessing that I sort of ran low on those because I don't have much storage for them. Does this tell me how much? Yeah, I've only got storage of 200. I should increase that. There maybe? I'll need to move that stair. Do that. Then path. Alt middle mouse to that. Path go there. And you store gears. Then I can build another one on top for more gears. Or paper. Or whatever. Oh, the puns. The puns. Gnawing, chewing. And waiting and waiting. Stupid mega projects. I tried to do this in as small a bite-sized chunks as I could so that we could see progress, but I knew at some point I would lay out a section that it's just like, well, here we go. Let's, wait for a bit. Is there anywhere else I could get some timber from? Well, there was a pile of pine somewhere. There's that massive set over there. Because my logs are still low. There's this up here, but that's probably too far. If that's too far, that's definitely too far. Could tell us a story. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the point. That's something I'd like to practice more. Coming up with random stories to tell Toby. I'm always envious of people who can do that sort of thing just off the cuff. Oh no. No, you could tell us a story first floor. Well played. No robots. I didn't go down the robot route in the end. I thought about it. I guess I could have. And it might have made the beavers a bit more likely to survive. Robots feel like they'd almost be their own goal. Their own big mega project that goes alongside this. Isn't there a building that extends around the path? Yeah, all these zip lines that I've got going around the place. My zipline metro is... I don't think it's too bad. I think it's working alright. Stuff gets done. So there's that. I'm just seeing... Alright, how are we at? We're 4... So 30 left for that one. 40... So still kind of 100 to go. This is the downside of the functional blocks being part of the chain of production. Means I can't have it all connected to the existing ones that could be doing stuff right now. Oh no. Oh no. I think there's a real chance that by the time these pumps are active, this water level is going to be too low for them to work for more than like a day or two. That could be an issue. Could be a real issue. Come on, make me gears. I think I do need another one. Because it's not the builders being slow, so building a gear storage down here is not going to help. It's literally I just don't have the gears because I'm constantly out. And that's all the haulers. Oh man, the haulers have a bit of an unfortunate route down here to the water. It would be better if that went to there. Because they have to go and do that diversion, but it is what it is. Oh, one more. Come on, make it. We're getting there. We're getting there. The gear workshop's working. And the day is almost over, and still 29 days of bad tide to go. And we're down to just 2 meters of water. But on the plus side, when this is done, I need to build the pumps to go from the bottom level of the dam up to where these ones are. You could increase the work hours to 18. Could. I could. In fact, it's probably not a bad idea to push it up to get this finished, so I can actually get some of the water pumped up to this before it runs out. Yeah. Your base is not geared towards this level of production. Oh dear. Oh dear. Come on. Come on. Yeah, Scuba Steve, I saw that mod that gives multiple beaver shifts, and I was like, oh, how do I feel about this? Am I okay with this as a... And it felt like it would make the game... It would take some of the challenge out right at the point in time where I was adding challenge in, which was counterintuitive to me. Yes, okay, then tomorrow they're going to get these pumps working. The pumps are going to start working. We will see if we get any water in this top reservoir, which I need, because I've still got 28 days of this bad tide. More work is more water usage. True, but also I need to use this water while it's here. I just need them to finish this and then I'll drop it back to normal. Come on, beavers. Build. 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 I want this to be working. Oh, just a log to go. Come on. You're going to work until that gets done, beavers. Alright, go to sleep. Pumping! Come on. Yay! The top reservoir is going to last longer than it did on the previous one. Now, this is something I'm curious about. If I put the water wheel here, it should tell me if it... No, not the water power wheel, the water wheel. Okay. That's not nothing. 50 horsepower. And I can set them all in a row. It's definitely not enough to make up for the pumps. But it would certainly add to it. Will the highest pump stop before it starts spilling over the overflow? Yes. Yeah, the pumps don't overflow. So what I'm doing right now is sacrificing the ability for these to fill my big tanks in order to prolong the life of this reservoir so that my irrigation remains active and I don't need to use the dump pools during this drought. Maybe. That's my hope. We will see if that works out. But the batteries are almost at the bottom, so I haven't got much power left before this is just going to stop. Evaporation is a thing, but no, you can't enclose it to prevent it. It still evaporates anyway. Okay, so with that finished and gears accumulating, I should next be building down here to get them on the river, because down here, if we have a look, the water wheels are going to produce 200 horsepower a pop. So I was thinking something like... with a gap between to be able to build it. Oh, no. It's not going to work. Need to be out of the way of the batteries. And then we build our little path so the builders can get to them. We go another 2 there, 2 here. More path. More water wheels. Then... connect all these up to each other. Then I figure out how I get down here. And how I get the power back up. I'm thinking I might just build a tower of gears on this side here. So that would be there. Where is it? There. That should then provide constant power during the bad tide. Get that part done first. Sweet. Didn't think bad tides and droughts happen at the same time. Is that a difficulty? No, they don't. I keep calling one the other and the other and things like that. They don't happen at the same time, no. But a bad tide causes a shortage of water, which is a drought. Hey, Bjosharon. How much horsepower does one transfer pump use? I think it's... So the network demand... I think it's 700? Yeah, 700 horsepower. So 14, 28, 42 at max. But I've already run out of water down here, so I've got to build down here to build the next layer of pumps to reach the deepest part of the dam. So working on deepening this reservoir. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. Though, I think the way I'm going to go about it might actually be broadening it at the depth of these pumps. So there's just more water available for these as they currently exist. Although maybe I should start at the bottom and work my way up. I don't know. I don't know which is the smarter play. Oh, we'll just do it this way. And pump. 1, 2. Oh, something went funny with my mouse then. Then we're gonna go up, 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 up. There and there. So that would then allow me to access the deepest part. But I can make that even deeper because that's currently only 4 deep. So I'd want to place some dynamite to make this 5 deep. Then we can see where it goes after that. Start blasting other bits for the next temperate time. But I'm going to need a way to get the beavers down there as well. If you start with the shallow part, you will get more surface to cover with dynamite as you get lower. Yeah, it's true. But I also like starting with the deepest part, because then I can build in my supports for the stairwells and such on the lowest level I'm going to work at anyway. So there are different ways to look at it. I don't think either is exactly wrong. Just different ways of doing the same thing. So let's go with... that into that. And I'll spiral down. No, I can't spiral down. Never mind. Because I can't build into the levels that I haven't already built. And that just breaks my brain trying to figure out how to do the spiral stair the whole way down. And I want to get over to the other bit anyway. So what I'm thinking I do, set these to the highest priority so we build all of the levees. And that one next highest. Oh no, it's changed all the bottom bit. See if I can get all of these bits built in the order that I want them to be built in, even though I've ordered them all at once. Who is Reggie? Reggie is a character from a series that Capac and I made. There was a robot built by Capac's character in that series. And that's why my chatbot is named after it. It's a slight shame you can't make water tubes for transports to send beavers around like vacuum tubes in a supermarket. Or Futurama. I think the other type of beaver can. They have some sort of tube transport system. I don't know if it involves water, but I think there's some sort of tube transport. There we go. These are working. I'm connected. So the batteries are going up. But this reservoir is full with 20 days left, well, 19.8 days left in the drought. So that should mean my irrigation will last. Based on it being full at the start of a 30-day drought and lasting all the way through. So I got these pumps done just in time. Yeah, the iron teeth have tubes instead of zip lines. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just going to leave this on ×3 time because I really need to take a quick bio break. And we're just going to watch and see if any of this gets built. I'll be back in just a sec. was just thinking, with the way that I build around in games like this, and now that I've at least made one little resource dump, whether I would, like if I was trying to optimize things and be able to build a bit quicker, whether I'd be good making a little set of those near each of my main zipline stations. So the haulers have always got those stocked up as I build further and further afield. But I think it's probably, like, it's probably not worth it for over here until I'm actually doing a project. How long was this bad tide? Yeah, 41 days. So not as long as the last drought, but still long. I'm short of logs. That is the problem with gears and planks being able to utilize the logs first and having more gear storage. Because look at that, 320 gears. Don't think I need that much gear storage. I know paper uses wood too, but having more paper storage is probably not a bad thing. Yeah, I just started thinking about ways to better optimize the network of things. Having having these on the roof of my food storage is feels like it's really close to the food storage, but they have to go all the way around to get to it, so it's not ideal. But I would also need more beavers, because my haul is... there's not many of them left. Oh, there's still 18. Actually, that's not too bad. Oh, thanks, Beldenick. Thank you very much for the rainbow unicorns. Do I let them get that bit done, or do I do some... Let's just start demoing. At least laying out that stuff. I know this needs to go at least 3 blocks deeper, so... let's get all that on. Just stay there, and then I can put 3s on here too. Another Steam mod is Human Stairs that adds the stairs internally to all buildings. Yeah, I looked at that one. And I can absolutely see why someone would want it. But I also I like how this looks. I think I ended up lucking into this just looking kind of fun and nice. And so I was like, I would never have built that otherwise. And so the restriction that it removes, that mod, the restriction that mod removes felt like a restriction that helped me make a better looking village, so I stuck with it. Yeah, with the spiral stairs, I imagine that mod existed before spiral stairs, and with spiral stairs, it's not as bad as it was. Without spiral stairs, it's a major pain. Yeah, I'm really happy with how organic it ended up looking. All this stuff. I can have more beavers. So let's have more beavers. I've got jobs that can be filled. Let's get some more. Oh, thank you, Pioshron. Thank you for another gift sub. Kind of reminds me of an old housing complex built in the 60s. Wouldn't the 60s be a bit more blockish? Because of brutalism? I guess that depends on where you live. Whether that actually was popular there. Ooh. Should I do another one? I put that there. Then we go... Oops, stair there. Doesn't mean it's going to be mostly path, but we can put another beaver up here. Yeah. Don't know what to do with that rooftop yet. Might try and get another home up there. Stairs at blocks wouldn't be more blockish. I meant more like, this is kind of convoluted and there's like different pathways going. This looks more cyberpunk than brutalism to me. Brutalism would be, this is a perfect block made and the sort of thing that you'd expect to see in something focusing more on being a factory than being a living space. That's what I assumed anyway. How are the beavers even getting down there? How did I... Probably give them an actual path. But yeah, prior to having corner stairs so you could do that, making stair paths was always just that extra couple of blocks more than I found myself wanting to do. See how that goes. Hey, Mikey. It's a cross between the start of brutalism and the end of 50s tiki style. Okay. Yeah, there is, what's the, is it Whisker Wood? Is that that's the mouse game, isn't it? That's similar to this. I haven't tried it out. Might have a look at it at some point. Turns out my plans of trying to build this in a specific order did not work out because the beavers built something that I didn't want them to. They built the bottom of this first. Oh well. I will build my path. Whiskerwood has a different style, lots of tunneling. Well, that makes sense. They are mice. Logs are building up. How long is it gonna be before these grow? 82%. Oh, not too long. Before my wood supplies will increase quite significantly. It's missing the water fund too. Yeah. Yeah, the water is what drew me to Timberborn, but having had as much fun as I have with it, I wonder whether I'd enjoy a game that didn't have the water stuff, if it still managed the other interesting aspects. But yeah, the water physics really took me in for this. That's what I went, ooh, fun. Different. I vote for you giving X4 a try. Lots of ways to get yourself in trouble. I need to remember that, because while I've got a bunch of games that are going to be occupying me the next couple of weeks at least, probably longer than that, particularly with Windrose coming out. X4 is one of those games when I'm thinking of something to play, I keep forgetting to consider it as an option. Because I've been increasingly told that it's probably not a bad stream game because, as in a game to learn on stream, because learning it without stream will be so much harder. So I'm like, okay, all right, that could work. It's just whether the stuff that you can do in X4 is interesting to watch on stream. I have no idea about that. But you guys seem to be patient enough with teaching me stuff that I can probably find a decent amount of fun in it. I think now I might be able to get this done. I might be able to get them there. Because now I've provided them the path they need. Oh no, they already had a path. Aw, man. Is it a game that everyone has their own best way to play, though? I think X4 is more one of those games where it's very clear that there is no best way to play. Because there are so many different ways you can play. Yeah, Miss PK, what Timberborn has is a very nice balance of... It's kind of it feels to me very similar to just one more turn with Civ. Or a good game of Civ. You just want one more turn. Or Stellaris, you just need that little bit more... I've got this project on the go, this project on the go, this project on the go, and I just need that little bit more time. I just need a little bit more. And so I did find myself playing way more of this than I should have. Particularly in the lead up to the... So I've actually done 2 sponsored streams for Timberborn. But the most recent sponsored stream I did for them. I wanted to learn the game better before I played it this time around and got so hooked. I don't think you've ever seen Splitsy play Stellaris. I'm not sure you ever would, but you can. Well, speaking of stories, here's a story for you. You could see me play Stellaris, sort of. You can see me... Well, you can witness me gradually become more unhinged as I sit with Capac playing Stellaris, but we're playing with Steam screen sharing, so I can control the mouse as well. Except I was just sitting there, this was back when we were housemates. I was sitting there in the office with him. I had a block of chocolate and a bottle of wine. Sat there, us talking, and me slowly becoming more and more annoying. Oh yeah, if I just pause the builds on the pumps, that would work too. That would make sense. So in other words, entertaining. Well, it was entertaining for me. Considering I was mostly just kind of sitting there, not doing anything. It was a way to make it more fun for me. Now they should be able to get the rest of those placed out. you ever go back and watch some of your earlier streams, such series? Generally speaking, no, but there are some exceptions. One exception that I'd like to find some more time for, because it was actually quite amusing to do this. I made some shorts last year from old Survival Unlikely episodes. Because those episodes are now so old, those shorts are fresh even for people who've watched the series potentially even multiple times. And it was just quite fun to pick some fun moments from them. And I was thinking at the time it'd be kind of cool to go back through some of the old videos, particularly the edited stuff, and maybe even some of the longer form stuff, but I think the longer stream stuff would be harder to do because of the sheer amount of time. But the edited stuff, like Survival Maybe, Survival Unlikely, and find ways to make some little shorts that kind of remind you of the series and kind of bit of nostalgia kick. I do have some storages that were intended to make this more efficient. The thing at the moment, though, is that it's not the lack of access to the materials, it's the lack of the materials that's the problem. So I simply don't have the logs for them to build the stuff. So building a storage down here isn't going to change things because I still don't have the materials to build with it. Yeah, that's kind of just where it's at. With that, now we didn't get a long drought, but I still think I'm going to increase the maximum length for the next randomized one, just to see what happens. When will I detonate the big blob of TNT? I was hoping to get this row of levees built, demolish these ones, and then place down more, and then do it all at once. Which I might just do. But we're going to have to prioritize these levees getting done then. Just pushing the materials closer to the wall rather than having them pop down somewhere else. Explosive storage nearby could be good. Yeah, that's valid. Where's my dynamite? There it is. Extract and explosives? That is a very good point. Do you get back all the resources if you demolish something? No, you get back 75% at this difficulty level. At lower difficulty levels, I think you get it all back. But hard mode, one of the things it does is make it so you don't get that back. Why extract? Because extract goes into these. These are building. So the deeper dynamite uses extract and dynamite. So I need the extract for these so that this can get built more quickly. Since I'm going to be building down here for a while and I don't know if it's going to help, but I'm going to do this anyway. Let's get planks and logs. And I should probably get rid of these ones. Because they're going to be underwater most of the time. Oh yeah, set as request, thank you. Metal, obtain. There we go. So that should speed things up a fair bit. At least it's near enough one of these zip lines so that even the ones building over here can zip line from there to there, grab it, zip back, and come around. Mostly I watch the older series for the various situations in which Capac says, oh, ow, grr, yep. There's something special about being able to watch the early times of discovering a game and being able to relive that a little bit. Only problem now is that the storage is the last thing to be built. Good point. Good point. That does need to be prioritized. Luckily, these levees are almost done. I'm really impressed at how well this thing worked. I mean, once this is like hollowed out and stuff, I probably need to even have this water overflowing into here so that this is all kept full. But my worry with doing that is that I will end up with... I suppose I could manually do it. I was just thinking about keeping this irrigated and how I currently don't. Oh, look at the trees. They're happy. Huh. Why is that lost hydration? Weird. You can do that and set it to close when the aqueduct pumps stop. Yeah. I'm thinking more I'll manually just... I can drop these. Instead of having these set to the weather station, I could just drop those. Let some of the water out. Let it drain through. And fill it up when I need it. But, I don't know. I don't know. No solution seems quite right to me just now. Hey. So that's done. They're picking up the last of the timber. I've got 300 timber in storage. This is good. Everything's in storage. Yay! Unpause that. Where are they going? Did I order something built that I've forgotten about? I don't know. Oh, they... No? I don't know what's actually being built right now. So let's get the explosives. Because they will add something useful in the shortest period of time. Because I've got a decent amount of all of the things needed for it. And that's going to fairly significantly increase the water storage in this reservoir. Yep, this pump's getting built. It was getting gears, though, which I've got plenty of. I don't know where... I guess those logs were being taken to storage somewhere. And the beavers that I thought were builders were actually haulers. It could be that. 0.3 days remaining. Until... Oh! Hang on. Ah, screw it. Let's see what happens. Let's find out. 100-day potential maximum drought and bad tide. Let's see what I get. Will it roll a 99 or will it roll a 9? Well, I gotta live up to this stream name of the longest drought. Well, look, like, we've still got max water, nearly max water at the end of that 40-day drought. I'm sure it'll probably work out. Just need to get these reservoirs as big as I can in the next 5 days. I'm sure the beavers are feeling super confident that nothing could possibly go wrong. Wish I can demo these. Alright, and unpause that. Because remember, I haven't just added, like, once I've demoed this, I haven't just added that volume to this water. I've also added all of this aqueduct. Because these pumps will stop, and these pumps should keep going, filling all of this with water before I even, hopefully before the droughts even started, or the bad tide, or whatever. So I'm genuinely curious how far the stuff that I've done will be able to take me. I'm sure there's a word to describe this level of confidence. I think it's called false. Or just being wrong. Audacity, hubris. Yeah. Icarus. Man, this takes forever to fill up though. Is there even enough water in these source blocks to fill this? Okay, here we go. Nighttime fireworks. Let's go. Blam, blam, blam. Pretty. So that's all getting built down there. It's too far from district, can't be reached. Alright, because the stairs haven't been done. I probably want the pumps working more than I want. Is it pumps first or is it... What do I prioritize? Do I prioritize making this reservoir bigger when the reservoir's not even full yet? I think the pumps... I think I'll just leave it. We'll just see what happens. That was a lot of extra water storage right there. Yeah, agreed. The bit that needs more really is over here, because this is overflowing before the end of the temperate, like even fairly early on in the temperate time. So let's see if I can get any of that increased. I think it's unlikely, but... yeah, that's going to take way too many logs. So will you smooth out that new reservoir at some point? This one? Yeah, my plan was to demolish all of it down to this lowest level possible. So the whole thing is super deep. Time for dirt? Yeah, probably would have been time for dirt. Yeah. Now those pumps shouldn't be working. They are though, so let's pause. And these pumps should not operate during temperate. So automate, temperate. No, I need inverse of temperate. So I need to make another automation. Where's my relay? Not temperate. On if input is off. Yep, that's what I want. Need to name it. Not temperate. There we go. My log pile is empty. No, it's not. It's full. It's actually getting pretty full. For once. Those stairs are getting done. And we got a drought. How long is the drought going to be? Glad I didn't bother focusing on these water wheels then. Look at that, that one's full. This is nearly full. The pumps are actually stopping because it is full. So now let's just see how much water gets into this reservoir in the next 2.5 days. I don't think there's much point making this one much bigger. It's basically as full as it can be. Does the little button next to the drop down invert the signal? No, that shows you what the signal is giving. So this isn't an invert, it's showing that it's currently off. The signal shows off, I believe. If you widen the stream feeding it, would that increase flow? No. So the flow is controlled by the fact that there are just 2 water source blocks here. That's the entire control of flow, as I understand it. So if I wanted more water, I'd need to divert water from, say, over here and bring it around. Which would potentially be relatively doable. And there are more water source blocks there, so if I ran it along this shelf and brought it down across here, it could run into the reservoir. Which feels like another mega project option. Oh yeah, unless they make a way to backfeed it from here when this one overflows, yeah. Because there are only 2 water source blocks here as well, it's just that my flows down here are quite low. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing what I'm planning there... I was tempted for a second to go out to here, across to there, and back. But that's probably overreaching. Because you wouldn't see any benefits from it for too long to make it worthwhile. Rather ambitious, yes. Rather ambitious is one way to describe it. Not that this isn't, but... Gotta have something for the beavers to do, right? Yep, that's right. Why not make a soil extractor and make soil blocks instead of levees? I don't have a reason. I guess I've already got this in place. What does the soil extractor take? Yeah, it just makes soil. So yeah, I probably should make a dirt excavator. And make this out of dirt instead, but I've already got the logs, I guess? That whole thing is more work than diverting the stream. I don't think this is, actually. I don't think this is more work than diverting the stream. The stream is a long way away. There are a lot of levees needed for that, but... suppose I could set up a dirt excavator here. There we go. It'll get built at some point. Makes a massive hole under the digger part. Is it a wide hole or is it a narrow hole? Oh, it does need power. Never mind, we won't put it there. Okay. Well, if it needs power, then it can go down here. And I can build a zip line down to there. Or I could build it over here, actually. Wonder if there's anywhere I can build it over here. Oh, yeah. There are a few spots. Because it only needs to be... Like, I could dig it... I could stick it there. So only the front edge needs to be over land. Yeah, that might be a good spot. Yeah. Now, this is just going to be more efficient to do that, isn't it? And have the walkways go over the top. Then we get another one of these guys and it becomes for dirt. There we go. Dirt extraction started. Instead of levees, you could just dig a 1 block wide channel for feeding for the new feeding stream. I don't know. Because I think it's, yeah, it's lower. It's lower, so I have to bring it up. I have to use its pressure to raise it up higher so then it can flow down again. Need stairs to access the door. Ah, yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'll also... No, I've got 7 unemployed beavers. I'll be okay. Now let's make it a slightly lower priority. Oh, it's only 4 workers, it'll be fine. Was... during the temperate times, yes, I'm overflowing this reservoir and this overflows as well, yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice. Wait. Yeah. It was a less than 40-day drought that I got. Oh, I'm overflowing right now. Oh, I see what you guys are meaning. I forgot that I was in drought. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna need a level reader to turn these on and off. Because this one shouldn't fill up completely like these other ones can. Forgot about that. Alright. Depth reader. And the threshold could be 3.2, make it perfectly safe. Top reservoir. So it's on beneath that and switches off. Greater than. Less than. Less than off. Greater than on. Yeah, okay. So those are set to not temperate. So now I need another relay. So it'll be and not temperate depth sensor top on if both inputs are on. Yes. Then this one is going to be top pump relay. So then we change these to top pump relay. Think that should work? 40-day drought. That's fine. I can manage 40-day drought. Just want to see if they finish the relay. Yes. So if I... Nope. Nope, that still seems to be wrong. That's saying on. Oh, on because it is greater than. I mean less than. Less than turns it on. Yep. Cool. Yeah, I think I did it the wrong way around before. So that's going to stop wasting water. This is quite effective. Yeah, both pumps are set to the same. Cool. I'm really really happy that I got the aqueduct done because it's legitimately making a big difference in the fact that I just basically don't have to change any of this. All of this just operates all the time. It lasts all the way through these long droughts. That's cool. I do wonder how long a drought I would need to be my undoing. But as it is 4 hours and 14 minutes into this stream, I'm actually going to call it here so I can get to editing some Starship Evo that I recorded yesterday, as I want to make a video out of that. Next week, I probably won't be coming back to Timberborn in this time slot. I may try and find another way to keep playing this map and see what happens with it, with the settings that I have, and see if I actually can get it killed. But we'll see whether I find a way to do that. But that's because next week I will probably be playing Windrose, as I really want to play that. It's a pirate survival game with Valheim-style building. The building system in it is really cool. You can do a lot of really good stuff with it. But I will be back. It's Friday today. I'll be back on Sunday with Shaq with some more Space Engineers and our Combined Arms series. And on Monday, probably with Stationeers with Capac and TFE. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Have a good one, everyone. Enjoy your weekend. Bye.